do you think I keep a spoiler sticker? He was standing by me in the photo, but I haven't seen him since. Did you get your shot on the roof? Good stuff. It's crazy up there. It's hot. No heels. Mr. Smith, for announcements, so I have to fill out some kind of form or to tell you no that we did, or how does that work? I never see that though. Like when they say we're going to be meeting back at whatever time, I never see you going around. I think it's like okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, so we have lunch. Okay. So I never, yeah. Okay. Thank you. And it's before we break for lunch. It's before we break for lunch, right? Thank you. I really need one. Glad if you see. If you can see it, find it.
The House will come to order. Members, take your seats, please. Members, take your seats. The chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, and moves that the House adjourn from the session of June 8th, 2023. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Bob Stewart, pastor of St. Paul's United Methodist Church in Manchester.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, step in. Good morning, House of Representatives. Let us be in a spirit of prayer. Good morning, Almighty God. In this world full of noise, help us to find your calm. In this world full of violence, help us to find your peace. In this world full of being lost, help us to find your compass to guide us. In this world full of fear, help us to find courage in you. In this world full of hate, help us to find love through you. In this world full of loneliness, help us to find your community. In this world full of hopelessness, help us to find you. And in this world full of grieving, help us to feel your embrace. God, we continue to ask that you be with all those that might be grieving the loss of a friend or a loved one this day. We ask that you continue to hold Representative Joseph Janvrin and his immediate family as they continue their journey. Let the Janvrin family know, his family that is gathered here today, pray that they may be comforted knowing that their loved one is resting in your loving arms. Oh God, I ask that you bless this House of Representatives today as they begin their work for the great people of this great state. Guide them in the debate process. Guide them in the listening process. Guide them in the decision process. O loving and gracious God, we give you all the glory to all the work we do this day, and it is in you we give our thanks and praise. Amen.
The chair recognizes the member from Merrimack, Representative Tim McGough, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The chair recognizes Miss Olivia Tsetsilas of Wyndham, who will now sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that
Please turn on your voting stations. The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Hatch, Judy, Wayne McDonald, Seibert, Sofakidis. The day, important business, Representatives Brouillard, Gorski, Mason, McLean, O'Hara, Sanborn, Schultz, Simon, and St. Clair. The day, illness in the family, Representative Munns.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Charlie Taylor, guest of Representative Priest, Dave and Mary Butt, parents of Representative McCarter, the Honorable Jane Johnson, former member from Swansea, and Juliana Bergeron, guests of Representative Rhodes, Mark Topman, guest of Representative McGew, and Dan Theberge, guest of Representative Morton. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will attend to Senate messages. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 584, relative to the Uniform Commercial Code's article on controllable electronic records.
Representative Hunt moves that we concur. Representative Herbert is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I stand here to...
You're going to have to pull that mic closer.
I stand here in opposition to the concur motion on 584, and I would like to quickly describe what we're considering, and I hopefully will persuade you that the cryptocurrency business is very dangerous, and I would think that we would not endorse it. What I'm going to read, I read quickly, so don't worry about the time on it. I'm going to read somebody's, Dennis Kelleher, who's co-founder of Better Markets. This was published in May 11th, 2023. And this is a description of somebody who actually knows banking, and I'm sure understands cryptocurrency far better than most people in this room. Let's talk about crypto. Some have been saying that crypto is dead now. We obviously know it's not. But as you point out, there are lots of people still pushing it, including politicians. Can you explain the relationship between crypto and the banking crisis? The entire crypto industry is by choice. This is his answer. The entire crypto industry is by choice and design a largely lawless industry. It's built on what they want to claim is a financial innovation, but it's not really an innovation. It's just a new version of what the financial industry has been doing for decades and decades, which is coming up with different ways to offer and sell financial products that are either securities or commodities. Yet the crypto industry is claiming, oh no, we're not a security and commodity, we're special, new, and unique, and we want special, new, and unique treatment and laws. What they really want is as few regulations and laws as possible, as they can use what is fundamentally a predatory business model to rip people off. One of the reasons we don't have an even worse. This came after the collapse of several banks, by the way, so that's the timing of it. let's see, I lost my place. The reasons we don't have even worse financial crash right now is because the banking regulators and other regulators have done a pretty good job of preventing crypto from getting interconnected with the core of the banking system. Up until now, the crypto industry has really been running parallel to the core of the legitimate financial system, and it has not been interconnected, certainly not as much as the industry has been attempting to do over the last several years. The problem is not just a lawless industry, but a lawless industry that's making a lot of money and using hundreds of millions of dollars in campaign contributions and lobbying to buy elected officials and other allies, like academics, trade groups, and the media. They've engaged in a massive lobbying campaign to get their special interest put above the public interest. Nothing illustrates that more than the fact that the crypto lost around 80 to 90% of its value in less than a year, and the marquee names in the industry have turned out to be frauds or criminals. Given that, it should have been consigned to the dustbin of history, but yet you have all these elected officials, almost entirely, but not only Republicans, this is him speaking. The concur motion, by the way, that I'm opposing is from the Democrat Party, just to make that clear. Just recently criticizing regulators for protecting investors, consumers, and the financial system. It's hard to understand, but for the amount of money they have spent to capture Washington, to hijack the agenda, and to elevate their special interests above the public interest. Why is crypto so dangerous to the public interest, to ordinary investors? The crypto industry is engaged in the offer and sale of securities and commodities, but they don't want to follow the rules and laws that apply to every other legitimate business in the United States when they offer to sell securities and commodities. The core investor, consumer, and financial stability protections. So, for example, if you want to be a broker-dealer or a clearinghouse or an exchange that deals in securities and commodities in the United States, you have to register with the CFTC. I think that's the Commodities Finance. It's the Chicago outfit, or the SEC. You have to file periodic reports. They come into your business to make sure that you are doing things like keeping customer assets segregated, that you are not misusing customers' assets. Exactly. FTX and Sam Bankman-Fried's criminal enterprise show the rot at the core of the crypto industry. In one business unit, they want to have an exchange, a broker-dealer, a clearinghouse, a hedge fund, and a property trading shop offering securities and other services to the public, but without any of the regulations to eliminate, for example, conflicts of interest, or that require them to know their customer and prevent things like money laundering, which is in the history of crypto, where crypto actually came from. Every other legitimate financial business in the United States follows these very basic investor and customer protections, and underlying these are very important stability protections. But crypto says, well, we don't want to because we're special and we're different. And they are quite different. The only way they're different is that crypto has been around for 14 years and has no legitimate or socially useful purpose. The only thing it has proved so far is that it's good for is ransomware, money laundering, tax evasion, funding narco-terrorists and rogue states, and other illegal activities, which is why all the trading is offshore. And yet it was billed as the promise of democratizing finance. It was supposed to help regular people achieve financial equality, to allow people of color to climb the economic ladder. The exact opposite has happened, as we have seen over and over again for decades. When somebody is claiming to be in the business of democratizing finance, helping communities of color, and helping poor people, it's almost always the opposite. That's crypto. Many have lost lots of money that they couldn't afford to lose, and that money, which adds up to billions and billions of dollars, lines the pockets of these crypto crooks. One study showed that somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 to 70% of crypto transactions are done by people with annual incomes of $50,000 or below. They're being sold a marketing ploy of great riches and low risk, which is not true. I could go on. But the fact of the matter is, what I'm trying to warn you all of is that the crypto industry is, to say the least, not a good idea to embrace. We have a banking system. We have essentially a digital currency already called the dollar, and I think it's about 55% of every reserves held in capital banks and national banks around the world. So we're in very good shape. We don't need another currency, and so I just hope that you put the final bullet in this beast's head and non-concur with the Democrat. It said minor differences, and when I ever see that in a statement with legislation in it, I always know it's anything but. So, thanks for listening to me.
Representative Hunt is recognized to speak briefly in support of the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In all due respect to our one member of our committee who is opposed to this legislation, the rest of the committee is in support of this amendment, and we do hope you will concur. Thank you.
The question is on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendments, in the passage of which amendments the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 46, establishing a committee to study replacement of bail commissioners with court magistrates and relative to delinquent payment of accounts by an on-premises and off-premises licensees and relative to electronic payments to employee debit cards.
The question is on the motion to Representatives Weiler and Roy move that we non-concur. Representative Roy is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the committee non-concurs on the change to the bill because they added a part to do with how employees are going to get paychecks in the form of debit cards. And first of all, we didn't consider that really appropriate to put on this criminal justice bill. And second of all, we really couldn't figure out how an employee would be able to get all of his money if he, for example, or she had 58 cents left. How do you get that out of there? A teller machine won't give you 58 cents. And what happens to the money after so long? Does it go back to the company? Where does it go? And you start talking about tens of thousands of people. That's an awful lot of money that may go back to the company. It just, the bill didn't have a public hearing in the House. It's very complicated. It affects people's livelihoods and how they get their money. And I would ask the House to agree with the committee and vote to support our non-concur.
The question is on the motion to non-concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion's adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 97, establishing an additional penalty for a violation of privacy.
Representative Roy moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee moves that we concur on this bill. The Senate made changes, very small, and they were actually helpful. It made it so that on a second offense for this, no matter where you were charged in the country, it would count as a second offense in New Hampshire, instead of just a second offense in New Hampshire, which is what we passed. So it was a helpful add in this case, and I would ask you to support our concur motion. Thank you.
The question is on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 287, removing fentanyl and xylazine testing equipment from the definition of drug paraphernalia in the Controlled Drug Act.
Representative Roy moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The committee moves to concur on this motion because what was added was very helpful. It's very important that we not only be allowed to test for fentanyl, but xylazine is a horrific drug that's making its way or has made its way into our systems in the state, and it causes horrific damage as people use it. Fentanyl is dangerous enough as it is. This causes horrific wounds that you can't recover from. It's horrible. Personally, for me, I voted to support this because, as a parent, I want access to these. So if I find something in my child's possession, I want to know what he's or she is dealing with. And I think just from a parent's perspective, it's important. It's all from a public safety perspective very important, that people can go somewhere and get a test done to make sure they know what they're dealing with. It's bad enough that they have this horrible disease that they're addicted to. The least we can do is to start to make sure that they're not being poisoned in addition to the horrific substances they're already trapped with. So the committee would ask that you would support our motion to concur.
The question's on the motion to concur. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 421, relative to providing menstrual hygiene products at no cost to individuals who biologically menstruate in state and county correctional facilities.
Representative Roy moves. Representative Roy moves that we concur. Representative Rhodes is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, a few weeks ago I came in front of you and we made a motion to table a bill that was very similar to this, and the reason was because we had sent very strong, very agreeable language over to our friends over there, and we asked you to table it because in the event that they screwed up the bill, we could at least have a chance to fix it. And the good news is they actually made some changes to their bill, and these are all very agreeable. There's just one thing that we did not get that we requested, and the sponsor is going to work on that and bring it back next time around. So please concur.
The question's on the motion to concur. Are you ready? What? Okay, you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 349, relative to a special purpose school district for Bridgewater, Hebron, and Groton.
Representative Ladd moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. HB 349 deals with the special school district of Hebron, Groton, and Bridgewater pulling out from Newfound Area School District. This bill was amended by the Senate to reflect language which better defines the procedure and the process and the timeline involved in this process. The amending language put forth by the Senate is fair, well-defined, and fiscally responsible to all those within the school district that exists right now. So please support this legislation.
The question's on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 492, requiring the Department of Education to provide the House and Senate standing committees responsible for education with copies of the laws and rules relative to education.
Representatives Ladd and Weiler move that we concur. Representative Ladd is recognized to speak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amended this bill by putting 7 new words into the bill. The Senate stated that these materials, these rules and statutes will be available to the Senate and House Education Committees pursuant to, hear the words, at the request of the committee chairs. So with that, I ask you to concur.
The question's on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 244, relative to the delivery of absentee ballots.
Representative Berry moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Our friends on the other side of the wall made minor grammatical changes. It's a good bill. Thank you.
The question's on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with an amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 337, relative to directing the Office of Professional Licensure and Certification to provide notice of public meetings and an opportunity for comment from the public, and creating a new Attorney 2 position.
Representatives McGuire and Weiler move that we concur. Representative McGuire is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we heard this bill, which deals with making sure all the professional boards publish their agendas and have the material needed for the meeting available in advance, we heard there might be a cost impact, but we didn't really get any definition of it. When it got to the Senate, they looked further into the cost impact and adds one person, and it clarifies that it's to keep the private and personal information that some of the boards deal with from being disseminated. We do want to disseminate all of the public information, but not the non-public information. And if we want that, we have to pay for it. So the committee agreed to concur, and I hope you do also.
The question's on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 384 FNA, relative to building a new legislative parking garage and making an appropriation therefore, renaming the Capital Project Overview Committee, and establishing the Joint Legislative Parking Garage Oversight Commission.
Representative Weiler moves that we concur and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill speaks of funding the legislative parking garage. It includes moving costs, demolition, and building of the new one. The House amended it to have a new committee that would be called the Capital Project Overview Committee, which would meet several times a year. Additionally, there was a joint legislative parking garage oversight committee that would meet a couple of times a year. When it went to the Senate, the Joint Legislative Parking Garage Oversight Committee was 6 members of the House, 4 members of the Senate, and a few others, and the Senate added 2 people to that Legislative Parking Garage Oversight Committee. They added the Chief Operating Officer of the General Court, some of you may know Terry Puff, and a member of this appointed by the City of Concord. I move that we concur.
The question is on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 238, relative to the role of quality control in the developmental disability service system.
Representative Leon moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We recommend concurrence on this bill as it increases transparency between the department and the developmentally delayed community. Sorry, I needed a little more coffee this morning. Between the developmentally disabled community. This is very important. There are only some minor changes in there, and so we ask for your concurrence.
The question's on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, and the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 408, relative to foster children and vaccinations.
Representative Leon moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We recommend concurrence on this bill as it treats children who share their homes with foster children the same way as all other children in the state for vaccination. Our friends on the other side of the wall added a requirement for the department to seek a waiver, and we believe that this is appropriate. We ask for your concurrence.
The question's on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 642, relative to budget flexibility for services for the developmentally disabled.
Representative Leon moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We recommend concurrence on this bill as it allows the Department of Behavioral Supports the flexibility to use unused money to meet the needs of people in this community. This is a very, very complicated topic. However, this is something that is necessary now. We believe the changes made by the other body were appropriate, and we ask for concurrence.
The question's on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks concurrence of the House. House Bill 308, relative to a quorum for meetings open to the public to include remote presence.
Representative Lynn moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this, as you may recall, this bill deals with state boards only. It does not apply to county or local boards, and it permits state boards to adopt procedures which would allow 1/3 of the membership to be present, to be physically present, and the rest remote. The only change of any substance that the Senate made to the proposal was to add language that says remote participation. It has to be, under our version, it has to be the public has to be able to see and hear what's going on remotely. The Senate changed that to say they also need to be able to participate, that is, to ask questions or to testify if it was an evidentiary hearing. It seems to me it just strengthens the bill, so I strongly recommend that we concur.
The question's on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. Well, we're going to do a clarification vote on that. So nobody in, nobody out. Members, take your seats. The question is on the motion to concur on House Bill 308. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Cannon. Stop watching the board. Representative Ford. You can't push it now. Representative Cannon. All set, sir.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? 271 having voted in the affirmative, 98 in the negative. The motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 321 FN Local, relative to minutes from non-public sessions under the right to know law.
Representative Lynn moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, this bill, which we passed previously, simply deals with the situation of where public records have been sealed for one reason or another, one legitimate reason or another, but the question arises as to whether, after a period of time, there's still a reason for sealing, and this provides that if no determination has been made within 10 years of the original sealing, then the public body has to review it. The Senate made no substantive changes to this bill at all. It changed the language a little bit, actually, to make it clearer, but there's no substantive changes, so I recommend we concur.
The question's on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 75, relative to the election of Stratford County Commissioners.
Yep. Representative Len Turcott moves that the House concur. Representative Majori is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I ask you to oppose the motion of concur on HB 75. HB 75 was introduced as a bill to increase the threshold of county-owned personal property subject to competitive bidding. It passed this House on the consent calendar after a unanimous vote from municipal and county. In the body on the other side of the wall, all of the language from the bill, the original bill, was replaced with a bill relative to the election of Stratford County Commissioners. The amended bill is nearly identical to a bill retained in municipal and county, HB 270, relative to the election of Stratford County Commissioners. Colleagues, do not conflate the bill before you now with the product that will come out of the work on the retained bill. The purpose of retaining this bill in committee is to allow the county delegation, the full municipal and county committee, and other stakeholders the time to work through any issues and find common ground. Retaining a bill in committee is a well-established process that provides significantly more opportunity to create sound legislation than by merely adding what is, for all intent and purpose, a non-germane amendment. This committee can get input from the Secretary of State on the suggestion that the amended bill represents redistricting outside of the prescribed decennial redistricting process. The committee can discuss the risks of creating a precedent whereby commissioners' districts could be redrawn at any time by any party. The committee will investigate the history of why Stratford County enjoys a unique local control of electing their commissioners at large. The committee will analyze the timing of resetting the election cycle of commissioners and the potential for expensive special elections, because this legislation would apply to the 2024 election, forcing two incumbent commissioners to run against one another. If no one from Stratford County sought these changes last year when the legislature redistricted all other elective offices to comply with the 2020 census, then I submit that we have time for a full and frank discussion through the retained bill process. Opposing SB 75 now will ensure that the residents, delegation, representatives, and stakeholders of Stratford County will have the best opportunity to discuss the election of commissioners who will ultimately serve their county best. Please press the red button. Thank you.
Representative, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote.
Okay. Representative Len Turcott is recognized to speak in support of his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you just heard, the original HB 75 is actually going to be combined into another bill that you're going to hear shortly. The contents of HB 75 that you are voting on now was the original HB 270. That bill was inadvertently retained in committee. It had a full hearing. You laugh, but it's true. Had it not been, we would have already acted on this bill. As we said, the other body on the other side of the wall took HB 270 and placed it into 75. Now, I'm going to read you a current RSA, and this is about 662-4 county commissioner districts. Except for Stratford County. Goes on with a little bit more and then says the county shall be divided into districts as follows. So I'm going to read you that first part again. Except for Stratford County. Stratford County is the only county in this state that does not have districts for commissioners. So how has this affected Stratford County? Well, I can tell you that if you're not a city in the county, you're almost considered second-class citizens. Towns such as Milton, Middleton, New Durham, Farmington, Stratford, Barrington, Madbury, Lee, and yes, even Durham are second thoughts to the current commissioners. This bill would, for the very first time, create districts, bringing Stratford County up to the same standards as everybody else, the other 9 counties in New Hampshire: equity, equality, and fairness. Now, you may have received an email from a lobbyist from the county association claiming that this was unconstitutional. That is factually incorrect. When we first brought this bill forward, we approached the Secretary of State, and he indeed said it was constitutional and legal, as well as when the individual on the other side of the wall placed the language into this bill we're debating now, also found it legal and constitutional. We heard several times, why not last term? Well, I can tell you about that because I was one of the House members on the special committee for redistricting. We had explained at the time that the data due to COVID was delayed for, I forget if it was 6, 7, 8 months. So we were working very diligently to try to get that done. And at that point, it was brought up in committee to do this, but it was also decided in that committee that we would wait until a future date because we didn't want to muddy the waters at that time. Now I'm going to give you an analogy of why every county deserves districts for their commissioners. Take your county that you're in, I don't care which county it is, and assume that all your state reps were elected at large. And I'm going to just pick one off the top of my head. I'll use Hillsborough. Hillsborough has 123 reps. If you elected that entire county at large, without districts, where do you imagine the majority of those reps would come from? Could you say the large cities? And all those towns on the outskirts of Nashua and Manchester would see very, very few representatives. If you're way out on the far-flung side of that, in towns like Peterborough, you're not going to get reps. That's why Stratford County, being the only county that does not have districts, deserves to be the same as every other 9 counties. So I ask that you would concur on this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to concur with the Senate on House Bill 75, and this is a division vote. Members, please take your seats. question is whether to concur with the Senate on House Bill 75. This is a division vote. Representative Grassi is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that the House Municipal and County Government retained House Bill 270, which is the non-germane amendment to HB 75, to allow further consideration and input from parties in Stratford County, and if I know for the last 50 years, Stratford County has been recognized throughout the state as well-managed and efficient government, representing citizens and taxpayers throughout the county, with its commissioners elected from both parties and many of the towns. For the last 20 years, a town has always been represented. If I also know that the adage of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, certainly applies here. If I know that concurring on this bill would open a Pandora's box of legal challenges and possible yearly efforts to redistrict every time control of the legislature changed hands. If I know that just weeks ago, the Speaker remarked that history was made in bipartisan adoption of the state budget, showing bipartisanship throughout this House, would I now vote to not concur on this highly political redistricting effort that would end this historic session on a very partisan note, and would I now push the red button?
Representative Len Turkos recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill is not, in fact, redistricting, but a districting of Stratford County Commission districts for the first time, if I also know that Stratford County is the only county in our state of New Hampshire that does not have districts for commissioners, if I also know if you happen to live in a small town in a county and not in a city like we are, you are an afterthought. And if I know that equity, fairness, common sense, and representation demands that Stratford County be afforded the same rights as all the other 9 counties in New Hampshire, would I then support the motion to concur on the bill before us? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the motion to concur. If you're in favor of the motion, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Wood. Representative Perez. Representative Perez, I couldn't tell what that was. Thank you.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 185 in the affirmative, 188 in the negative. The motion fails. Representative Majori moves that we non-concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. I got to be faster with this thing. We'll do a clarification vote. Nobody in, nobody out, and no PIs. All right. The question is on the motion to non-concur. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. Imagine that. 185 in the affirmative, 188 in the negative. The motion fails. Hello. Help me.
Mr. Speaker, having voted in the affirmative with the majority, I ask that we reconsider House Bill 75, and I urge everybody to vote no.
We just voted no. Motion. That motion is failed.
Representative Weber, for what reason does the member rise?
Having had the error of my ways explained to me, for which I thank a number of people, I would move to lay this bill on the table.
Representative Weber moves that House Bill 75 be laid on the table. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to lay House Bill 75 on the table. Representative Majority is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that by tabling this bill, we're still going to take up all of the content in the retained bill process, then please press the green button. Thank you.
Representative Len Turcotte recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that there's another motion that could be made other than table, would I now press the red button to table this bill?
The question is whether to lay House Bill 75 on the table. And this is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Wood. It's not working? Is it not working? You want yes or no? Okay.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote again. 186 in the affirmative, 188 in the negative. The motion fails.
Representative Turcotte moves that we non-concur
Representative Turcotte moves that we non-concur
and request a committee of conference.
and request a committee of conference and is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do support that motion of non-concur, request committee of conference.
The motion is to non-concur and request a committee of conference. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. We'll do a clarification vote on that. No one in, no one out. All right. And we're running out of motions here, but yeah, the motion is to non-concur, request committee of conference, and this is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Wood.
Sorry about the delay. The House will attend to the state of the vote. 188 in the affirmative, 186 in the negative. The motion is adopted. On behalf of the House, the chair appoints Representatives Len Turcott, Power, LaSalle's, and Stavis to the Committee of Conference. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 83, relative to County Commissioners' authority on county buildings.
Representative Len Turcott moves that the House concur. Representative Comtois is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and honorable colleagues. I rise in opposition of the concur motion of HB 83. We have three branches of government to protect the citizens of this country, the state, and our counties. But here we are relegating the delegation's responsibilities of oversight on county expenditures. We put in place a budget for the executive branch to follow, which is our county commissioners. This bill allows the executive branch to spend an additional $25,000 without oversight of the delegation, which may not have been included in the budget. And Mr. Speaker, if I know that taxation is theft and this amount of money would not have the oversight of the delegation, would I now press the red button? Or could I ask for a division vote, and please vote no.
Representative Len Turcott is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As mentioned in the previous bill, HB 83 that we're going to vote on now, I recommend a motion to concur, is actually the combining of three separate and very, very similar bills, HB 87, HB 83, and HB 75. For the most part, without getting into a lot of detail, it increases the amount of dollars that the county commissioners can put bids out, repair, or do things. Most of them go from $5,000 to $25,000, and one of them goes from $300 to $3,000. Still requires them to give an explanation as to why they did it, but it does raise the limit. And I would ask that you concur.
The motion is whether to concur with the Senate on House Bill 83. Representative Comtois requested a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to concur with the Senate on House Bill 83, and this is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 301 in the affirmative, 69 in the negative. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendments, in the passage of which amendments the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 25A, making appropriations for capital improvements.
Representative McConkey moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues. The members on the other side of the wall made a couple corrections to our capital budget, but did not add any projects. In fact, removed one of our bonded items, CT school project, $7 million from being a bonded project to over to House Bill 2, making our bill even better. I would appreciate your concurrence on House Bill 25 as amended.
The question's on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 296, relative to local authority for granting driveway permits.
Representative McConkey moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, once again, members on the other side of the wall took a good piece of legislation and made a minor adjustment, and I would recommend that the members concur with House Bill 296.
The question's on the motion to concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 139, relative to hydrogen energy and establishing a hydrogen advisory committee.
Representative Vos moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 139, when it was passed by this House, was a bill to remove municipal boundaries from the municipal group host net metering program. Our colleagues on the other side of the wall liked that language so much that they removed it from this bill and put it in another bill. Then they added new language, completely new language, to this bill. That language was the language of Senate Bill 167, which this House ITL'd about a month ago. That language creates a advisory committee within the Department of Energy to advise the department on matters regarding to hydrogen as an energy source. Now, the House originally objected to that bill, Senate Bill 167, because that advisory committee was charged with finding ways to investigate taxpayer and ratepayer investments in hydrogen energy technologies. We thought that was inappropriate. This new language in House Bill 139 makes no mention of requesting these taxpayer and ratepayer investments. In addition, it places into statute a definition of green hydrogen, and that will allow the state to qualify for certain federal funds. So I ask you to concur with the Senate changes to House Bill 139. Thank you.
The question is on the motion to concur with the Senate on House Bill 139. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 233 FN, relative to useful thermal energy under the Renewable Portfolio Standards.
Representative Vose moves that we concur and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 233 is a good bill to allow thermal energy credits to be purchased under the Renewable Portfolio Standard. The only changes made by our friends on the other side of the wall were they changed two words in two places. The two words are satisfactory to. They changed those to approved by, and they did that in two places. It's a good change. I recommend that we concur. Thank you.
The question is whether to concur with the Senate on House Bill 233. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 251, relative to the cost of compliance with disclosure of electric renewable portfolio standards.
Representative Vose moves that we concur. Representative Rains is recognized to speak against the motion. Did I get it wrong? Reynolds, sorry. You're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion to... Oh, recognized to speak.
You are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apologies, everyone. I rise to oppose the motion to concur on House Bill 251 relative to the disclosure of the cost of compliance with the RPS. This bill would require that our electric utilities provide to everyone, all of their customers, annually on their December bill the average estimated annual cost for the average residential ratepayer of compliance with the Renewable Portfolio Standard. Now, we've had enough bills in this session that dealt with the Renewable Portfolio Standard, so you all know what that is. It's the requirement that each utility get a certain amount of the electricity that they buy on our behalf and sell to us from renewable sources. And I do want to remind you that renewable energy is the only kind of energy resource that is native to New Hampshire. We certainly don't have any fossil fuels within our state. So, in the Science, Tech, and Energy Committee this year, every one of our state's utilities, Eversource, Unitil, Liberty, even the New Hampshire Co-op, has told us that the growth of renewable energy, most of it installed behind the meter, built with private money with some support from the RPS, significantly reduces daytime electricity demand across the region and thus lowers the market clearing price of electricity every day, saving all ratepayers money. So, specific to the content of this bill, when government steps in and mandates that private companies provide certain specific information to every one of their customers, that information ought to be complete, balanced, and accurate. The information provided under HB 251 would be none of those. This bill would provide one-sided, that is, incomplete information only about the costs and nothing about the benefits of the RPS. Because the information on the bill, a simple dollar figure labeled cost of RPS compliance, would be one-sided and incomplete. It would be misleading. It would also be inaccurate because the figure on everyone's bill would be the average cost to each ratepayer, not a figure specific to that ratepayer. So an apartment dweller would see a figure that's much larger than the annual average cost and the actual cost to them, and the homeowner of a 3,000 square foot house would see a figure that's smaller than their actual cost. So if this bill is adopted, the New Hampshire state government would be requiring the utilities to put information on every ratepayer's bill at the end of the year that is both incomplete and thus misleading and inaccurate. And, to top it off, I quote from the bill language, "The costs for the utilities to provide this information shall be recovered from electric customers through that utility's distribution rates." That just doesn't seem like very good public policy, and we should be doing better than that. So please push the red button and vote no on concurrence with SB 251. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Representative Vos is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our friends on the other side of the wall made a few small changes to House Bill 251. They clarified that the Department of Energy, not the Public Utilities Commission, implements and oversees the requirements of this bill. Those changes are good changes, and I recommend that we concur with the changes that the Senate made, that the other body made to this bill. I will also say that this House passed this bill because it is good public policy. People want to know what they're paying for when they buy something. So when you buy electricity from your utility, you'd like to know exactly what you're paying for. And this simple bill requires that the utility tell you once a year approximately what you're paying to comply with the renewable portfolio standard. It's no more complicated than that. It doesn't have to be an exact number to give you a good idea of what you're paying. But it's important that we be transparent with the voters of our state about what state government is requiring them to spend money on. So I urge you to support the original passage of House Bill 251 and to concur with the changes made by the Senate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield for a question?
Yes.
You may inquire. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for taking my question. Correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't state law already require the cost of this program to be put on your electric bill anyway, except that it does it in cents per kilowatt hours, and that this bill just merely transforms it into dollars so people can understand it better?
Yes, that is correct. In fact, the per kilowatt hour cost that is displayed on your bill gives every electric bill ratepayer the opportunity to calculate the exact cost that he's spent over the course of the year if he desires to do so. Thank you for the question.
The question is whether to concur with the Senate on House Bill 251. Representative Reynolds has requested a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Question is whether to concur with the Senate on House Bill 251, and this is a division vote. Representative Corman is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that misleading and incorrect information is worse than no information, and that the amount that would be on the bill is incorrect and misleading unless a customer has exactly the average amount over the entire state, and if I know that the information presented is only about the cost of the renewable portfolio standard and nothing about the benefits, would I then press the red button against concurring?
Representative Vos is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill makes your electric bill costs much more transparent than they are currently, and if I also know that there are other charges on your electric bill, such as the system benefits charge, where no benefits are listed on the bill, and finally, if I know that the changes to this bill that moved oversight from the Public Utilities Commission to the Department of Energy is a necessary improvement to the bill, would I press the green button to concur on this motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to concur with the Senate on House Bill 251, and this is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Of all members present had an opportunity to vote. The House will attend to the state of the vote. 185 in the affirmative, 189 in the negative. The motion fails. For what reason does the member rise?
To make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to non-concur with HB 251.
The motion is to non-concur. And it sounds like it'll be a division vote.
And a division vote, please.
All righty. Members should still be in their seats, but give anyone an opportunity to come in. The question is on the motion to non-concur with the Senate on House Bill 251, and this is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Rich. Representative Rich.
Of all members present and an opportunity to vote. The House will attend to the state of the vote. 189 in the affirmative, 186 in the negative. The motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, in the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 275, local, relative to schools approved for a school tuition program by a school board.
Representative Ladd moves we request a non-concur and request a committee conference.
Representative Ladd moves that we non-concur and request a committee of conference. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. A division's been requested. Well, this will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to non-concur with the Senate and request a committee of conference. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Wood. Representative Peterson. Representative Peterson. Representative Hoyt.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 363 in the affirmative, 12 in the negative. The motion's adopted. I know my hearing's shot, but I could have got that one right. The chair, on behalf of the House, appoints Representatives Ladd, Oliver Ford, Myler, and Dry to the Committee of Conference. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House on the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House, House Bill 315, prohibiting provocations based on a victim's actual or perceived gender, gender identity, gender expression, or sexual orientation from being used as a defense in a criminal case. Representative Roy moves we request a committee of conference. Representative Muse to speak against.
Representative Roy moves that we non-concur, request a committee of conference. Representative Muse is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I was not prepared to speak on this particular issue today because I thought we had an agreement beforehand to concur. But at 9:55 this morning, we found out that a representative who we all have a great deal of respect for told the leadership of our committee that he had some issues with the language of the bill. While I understand that there are always things that we can do to improve the language of the bill, 5 minutes before the House session where we are voting on the bill is not the time to be making your objections known. Something else that I understand is that there should be no room for a legal defense in New Hampshire that uses a person's gender or sexual identity as a reason to excuse the actions of a person who has committed a crime against them. If you feel the same way that I do, please support the position of the House and the position of the Senate and vote against the motion to non-concur with the Committee of Conference so another motion can be made to concur with the changes that the Senate made. Thank you.
Representative Lynn is recognized to speak in support of the motion.
And I would like a division vote, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I rise, and the first thing I want to do is apologize to you because Representative Muse is right. I did raise this issue really at the last minute, and candidly, I have to tell you honestly, it's because I looked at the language very carefully at the last minute and saw the problem. So let me explain to you what the problem is. It's on the Senate version of the bill. And the difficulty is this. First of all, I want to make it clear, I have absolutely no problem with the portion of the bill that is designed to eliminate what has been referred to, I guess, in the committee as the gay panic defense. I think that is entirely appropriate. But the problem is, in the Senate version, it does more than that. It goes on to say, after the language dealing with eliminating the gay panic defense, so to speak, it goes on to say that provocation would not be recognized, and I'm quoting now, if the defendant and the victim dated or had a romantic or sexual relationship. So let me explain to you what I'm talking about. And this has nothing, I want to emphasize this has nothing to do with gender or gender identity at all. So let me try to give you this example. It has been the law, as far as I know, in England and in the United States for 500 years, that in the example I'm about to give you, if you committed a homicide, you would be entitled to ask that the homicide be reduced from murder to manslaughter. Understand, this is not a defense. If you prevail on the provocation, it does not mean that you walk away. It simply means that instead of being guilty of murder, where you could receive life imprisonment, you're guilty of manslaughter, where the maximum sentence is 30 years. So consider this situation. And to make it obvious what I'm talking about, let's assume that I am a transgender person and I have a long-standing relationship, 20, 30 years, whatever, with another transgender person. And again, this could be transgender, it could be heterosexual, it could be homosexual. It doesn't matter. That's the problem with the last clause of the bill. So I'm a transgender person. I have a long-standing relationship with another transgender person, and I come home from work one day, and I find that the transgender person I had a long-standing relationship with is in bed with a third transgender person, and I kill the person that I've had the long-standing relationship with. Under the law that has existed for many, many, many years, I, as the defendant, would be entitled to ask the jury to consider mitigation based on provocation. This would do away with that, and it has nothing whatsoever to do with the issue of eliminating the gay panic defense. It would change 500 years of law, and I don't think that that's what anybody intended, but that would be what the result of this would be. And there's been an argument suggesting that it could be interpreted, that it's somewhat ambiguous, it perhaps could not be interpreted that way. I frankly think, having done a lot of interpretation of statutes over my career, I don't think that that's correct. But even if it could be argued that it's ambiguous, why would we want to pass a law that we know is ambiguous and that could have really bad unintended consequences? Why not go to the Senate and just say, this is an easy fix. We just eliminate the clause that I quoted to you. It's a very easy fix. It doesn't change the elimination of the gay panic defense, which I completely agree we should do. And I know that there's been some lobbyists who have suggested that there would be terrible consequences if we eliminated the gay panic defense. That's just flat out wrong. We should do that, but this goes too far unintentionally. And for that reason, I ask that you vote for a committee of conference. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I ask for a division vote.
The question is whether to non-concur request a committee of conference on House Bill 315. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to request a committee, non-concur, request committee conference on House Bill 315, and this is a division vote. Representative Filio is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that numerous states have adopted bills to ban the gay panic defense in identical form to HB 315, including, to just name a few, California, Connecticut, Hawaii, Maine, Nevada, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Washington, just to name a few. And their bills ban the gay panic defense in identical form, and never once has the argument raised today been brought up in those states. And further, Mr. Speaker, if I believe that the states are the laboratories of democracy and that the results are in, and all this bill does is ban the gay panic defense and nothing more. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I believe that each of us are truly created equal, then ought I press the red button on this motion so that a better motion can be made. Thank you.
Representative Roy is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that I came in here this morning having already indicated I would concur with this bill, and if I also know that I also found out 5 minutes before that there could be a legal problem, and I actually had a full head of hair when I got here this morning, and I know that if there is any legitimacy to the argument that the chief executive might get advice not to sign it, would I not now take the time to just go over it with the other body to make sure that it will be signed and it will go into law and there will be no unintended consequences? Because if I also know, Mr. Speaker, that I support this bill, I worked it through the committee, and I intend to see it become law, would I now support the Committee of Conference so that we can make sure we get it right and it gets signed into law, and before this summer, it is the law in New Hampshire? I ask you to support the Committee of Conference. Thank you.
The question is whether to non-concur request committee of conference on House Bill 315. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative, we're in the voting mode. Please sit. Representative Rombo. Representative Gould.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 199 in the affirmative, 175 in the negative. The motion is adopted. On behalf of the House, the chair appoints Representatives Roy, Rhodes, Harriet Gathright, and Wheeler to the Committee of Conference. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled Bill with Amendments, and the passage of which amendments the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 610 FN, expanding the definition of providers who can certify patients of the therapeutic cannabis program and relative to release of a defendant pending trial, and relative to product labeling and information guide requirements for cannabis products, and the prohibition of the sale of hemp products containing certain levels of THC.
Representative Leon moves that we non-concur request committee of conference. Representative Muse is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, colleagues. I rise today to urge you to oppose the motion to non-concur with Committee of Conference. What the amendment from the other body does is accomplish two things. First of all, it takes a useful bill with wide support that would expand therapeutic cannabis providers and turns it into a Christmas tree dumpster fire. It adds the full text of SB 258. SB 258 is a bill that we retained in the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee that this body has never had an opportunity to vote on, and there was a very good reason for that, and that's because SB 258, as it came to our committee, was a flawed bill with serious constitutional issues and an even more serious price tag. What SB 252 does is create a presumption of dangerousness that allows a person to be accused of certain crimes to be held without bail for up to 36 hours. Now, while we all can agree that there are issues with our bail system, there are ways to go about fixing these issues, and fixing them in an amendment like this is not the way to do it. The judicial system estimates SB 252, which is the language incorporated into this bill now, would lead to an additional 3,500 bail hearings. In a system where we already have a shortage of judges, this is a number that would require the hiring of 4 additional judges and 4 additional court assistants at an unbudgeted cost of close to $5 million over the next 3 years. On top of that, it would also increase the cost for the indigent defense system, as well as transportation costs for sheriffs, because we need a way of getting people back and forth to all of these additional hearings, and all of those people are also going to need representation, and some of them are indigent, so they're going to require indigent services. On top of that, there's the fact that the current law already allows the court to detain any individual pre-trial. The current law also allows prosecutors to challenge any release order that the court disagrees with. So instead of allowing the court to assess the facts in an individual case, this bill, the way that it's written, would eliminate the court's discretion and replace it with a mandatory one-size-fits-all approach. Despite these flaws, the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee decided to retain this bill as part of a good faith effort to try to fix it over the summer, as part of an overall bipartisan effort to put all of the proposed solutions to New Hampshire's troubled bail system on the table so we can actually fix them in a systemic way. What the other body is doing by attaching SB 252 to a perfectly good bill is trying to impose its will on the House by imposing a solution on us and our constituents that is simply not ready for prime time. Please give genuine bail reform a chance and give the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee the chance to do the bipartisan problem solving we all have agreed to do over the summer. Please vote no on this motion. Thank you.
Representative Leon's recognized to speak in support of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I stand here before you today to explain why House Bill 610 should have the opportunity to proceed to a committee of conference. The underlying bill seeks to fix the unintended discrimination against certain healthcare providers and their patients regarding access to therapeutic cannabis. Today, there are 89 patients in the program with glaucoma, and not a single one of them was certified by their optometrist because optometrists aren't included in the physician RSA that gives this power. If you think back to the vaccine optometrist bill, this has a similar root issue because those 4 groups of doctors are not in the physician statutes. Unfortunately, despite House Bill 610 passing our committee unanimously and passing on consent, the other body decided to attach 2 other bills and hold these healthcare providers and their patients hostage. I agree with my friend from Portsmouth about the inappropriateness of including Senate Bill 252 on this bill. This is an issue that this body has been dealing with. This is an issue that criminal justice plans to work on through the fall. If we proceed to a committee of conference, Senate Bill 252 is a non-starter within an agreement, but we need to give the Senate the ability to back off that amendment and to not do a disservice to these healthcare providers and their patients. There's another bill that's been attached as well. That's Senate Bill 180. That deals with some of the labeling and educational materials, and it gives some power that already exists within the Therapeutic Cannabis Medical Oversight Board and explicitly puts it into law. There's another section too that a lot of people don't want to talk about, but it doesn't. I hear a lot of rumblings about people not liking it. Back in the 2018 Farm Bill, there was an allowance for hemp as long as the THC Delta 9 content was less than, I think, 3%. 0.3%. I'm not exactly certain on that number, but basically, as long as it's hemp where you can't smoke it and receive the benefits, it would be allowed. There's a large CBD market, and so there have been some synthetic cannabinoids that have been synthesized out of that. Those are in grocery stores. There's definitely some labeling issues, but adding this in as an amendment on Senate Bill 180 and then on this bill is also not appropriate. There is a larger discussion on cannabis legalization, and going ahead and outlawing these without having a larger solution would only send users of this into the black market, which is an overall harm. That is actually attached to another bill as well, so it's something we'll be looking at regardless. But the biggest issue is, who are we talking about here? We have patients that have different medical problems. They're serious. A lot of them are seeing a doctor, an optometrist, podiatrist, naturopath, or a dentist who cannot certify them for the therapeutic cannabis program. So if you have glaucoma with elevated intraocular pressure, one of those that we have specifically called out as an indication for therapeutic cannabis, you can't have your optometrist recommend you. You need to go find another doctor. We have 89 patients. How many would we have if this was allowed? And how many people are just going to the black market or crossing straight lines? Gets worse when we talk about serious pain. Podiatrists and dentists deal with people who have failed surgery and are still in severe, intractable pain. Opioids are an option. Cannabis should be an option too. Cannabis is no cure-all, but it's an option for some patients, and it shouldn't be denied because of who they see on a regular basis. It is discrimination to exclude naturopaths, dentists, optometrists, and podiatrists, while physicians, advanced practice registered nurses, and physician's assistants are allowed to certify a patient for cannabis. Let's fix this by voting yes. This also impacts kids. They need 2 providers to sign off, and the language says one needs to be a pediatrician. The way it's interpreted today is that your pediatric oncologist counts as a pediatrician. Your pediatric neurologist, if you have seizures, counts as a pediatrician because they looked at our legislative intent. My fear here is that if we vote this down without a committee of conference, that's going to be harder to have that flexibility. And we have kids that have epilepsy, severe autism, cancer, PTSD, severe pain, spinal cord injury, and traumatic brain injury that are on the therapeutic cannabis program right now. Anybody have a guess as to how many kids under 18 are on this program? It's 8. And there are 10 18-year-olds who are on the program. This limiting factor around pediatricians, when a lot of these severely complex kids don't have a pediatrician, because quite frankly, they're working with their pediatric oncologist to make it to their 18th birthday, is yet another hurdle. This is a very, very important underlying bill that we should not let the Senate hold hostage. We will uphold the House position of working through bail reform this fall, and we will not let the Senate Bill 252 section pass. Looking for input as well on these synthetic cannabinoids. I see a big problem with outlawing it right now. We can talk about it in the overall scheme. But if today we do not approve this request for a committee of conference, it is on us to deny this access to patients and to continue an injustice against these providers. I ask for your support to go to a committee of conference so we can stand firm and protect these people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I request a division vote.
The question is whether to non-concur request committee of conference on House Bill 610, and this is a division vote. Members, please take your seats. question is whether to non-concur, request a committee of conference on House Bill 610, and this is a division vote. Representative Weber is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the underlying bill is an excellent bill for all the reasons that you've heard, but I also know that there are already providers who can certify, and I know that cannabis treatment for children has many reasons why certification may not be the best option, even though it might be easier with these other providers. And if I know that, so the point I was trying to make is that there may be other reasons for this low numbers of kids on the program. If I understand that bail reform will be taken up comprehensively, thoughtfully, and carefully, and with the input of all stakeholders, which is not what happens in a committee of conference. And finally, if I know that this is a practice by the Senate, my apologies, by the body on the other side of the wall, that most of us deplore, and rewarding bad behavior is not a way to get bad behavior to go away, would I now vote no on the proposed committee of conference so a better motion could be made? Thank you.
Representative Roy is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that indeed the Criminal Justice Committee will deal with the bail issues over the summer, and further, Mr. Speaker, if I know we should discourage the practice of committee shopping by the other body, but I also know that the prime bill is worthy of saving, and there are people that need this for their eyesight. It's definitely worth saving. We already passed it. Why would we throw it with the baby with the bathwater at this point, Mr. Speaker? Would I then vote for the committee of conference so we can strip it back to the bill that we passed and move forward from there? Thank you.
The question is whether to non-concur, request committee of conference on House Bill 610, and this is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? Good thing I asked. Now have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 194 in the affirmative, 175 in the negative. The motion is adopted. On behalf of the House, the Chair appoints Representatives Leon, Roy, Weber, and Palmer to the Committee of Conference. Yep. And I don't know why I still have that. Representative Kenny is recognized for a lunchtime announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name's Cam Kenny. I'm one of the co-chairs of the Progressive Caucus. On behalf of the board, we'd like to invite members of the Progressive Caucus right over across the street at the Upham Walker House for a luncheon. It's sponsored by Granite State Progress, and it is catered by The Work, so come on over and have some good discussions. Thank you.
Representative DeSimone is recognized for a lunchtime announcement. Let's Let them be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. The Owls, why, thank you, are an organization. It is the Order of Women Legislators, and we assist women in all walks of their lives to become more successful, either in politics or everyday life. We are having a lunch meeting in the Webster Room upstairs. As soon as we break for lunch, I would appreciate it if the women from both sides of the aisle and the men from both sides of the aisle would join us for lunch so that we can talk about what we can do next year to assist all women and men in becoming more successful. Thank you.
And Representative Gerhard is recognized for lunchtime announcement.
Thank you, Speaker. Just a quick announcement. Before the legislative golf tournament on June 26th at 7:30 in the morning, there'll be a Defend the Guard rally for the upcoming legislation. So the bill is very simple, saying we cannot send the New Hampshire National Guard overseas unless Congress does its job and declares war. I think it's very important to keep our neighbors here. So if you guys can show up, I appreciate it. And
just to add some bipartisanship to this, it's a very important thing. We should not be sending our troops to war unless our representative democracy has approved it. No executive should be sending our troop to war without our approval, and join us to rally for that before the golf tournament that day. Thank you very much.
The House will be in recess until 1:30. Recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 467, relative to public playground accessibility.
Representative Len Turcott moves that we non-concur, request a committee of conference. Representative Kutab is recognized to speak against the motion. Let's settle down. The House will be in order. The member has a right to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate amendment to House Bill 467 just clarifies that this is only for new playgrounds. House Bill 467 provides accessible pathways to public playgrounds. This is a civil rights issue. Everybody should be able to use public places. We have little kids who cannot access a playground, grandparents who cannot access it to take their grandkids out to play. And for me, one of the most heartbreaking things to hear was the little kids at recess who were in a wheelchair and forced to sit and watch the rest of their classmates play, while they themselves were unable to play. We owe it to these kids to do right by them and make sure that they can use the playgrounds, just like they can use any other public building. We're all taxpayers. We all pay taxpayer dollars. We should make sure that every single person can benefit, that every single person has a reasonable way of accessing public amenities. So I ask you to please vote no on this request for committee of conference so that another, more sensible motion can be made that supports children. Thank you.
Representative McMahon is recognized to speak against the motion.
Sorry about that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, fellow colleagues. I rise in support of not supporting a committee of conference. The issue that we have before us here is accessibility for all our families and citizens, regardless of age. What I bring to the table here is one thing that we have led the nation on, in my view, and I've been here for quite a while. I'm not old, but I'm aggressively mature. I hope that's a good thing. Is that we have led the nation in home and community-based care, and a big part of that is our parents taking care of their handicapped, physically handicapped, and at times mental challenges as well, children and young adults, and also parents. And what used to take place prior to 1990, when there was a requirement to consider adjusting handicapped accessibility to public buildings, this one included, was the ADA, the American Disabilities Act, and had some amendments since then, the last one in 2008, and providing for reasonable is the term, access. What we have with our playgrounds taking place, which this bill is focused on, and it's for as the sponsor previously indicated, is what's coming to be built, is that it provides that access for those with physical handicaps. And right now, in how playgrounds are built, and I'm one who did that in my town as well, was providing a strong, not pavement per se, but an ability where wheelchairs, walkers, and also canes can be utilized without causing a trip hazard. And when we have the opportunity for young people to participate with their friends who are able-bodied, but they can be right there with them, that builds up a camaraderie of support, not just with their families, their friends, but with their town, because everyone is working with cooperative collaboration to achieve consensus, and that is to help each other. So what I'm looking here is to ask that we or ask you not to support the vote for Committee of Conference so that we can move this opportunity forward for future planning of these projects and to get done. In one of my lines that I use is, let's do it while we're young, and let's do it today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Ball is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having accessible pathways in playgrounds so those both young and old can access the playground equipment has been a federal law since March 15, 2012. The ADA 2010 standards requires an accessible path from the building or parking lot to the edge of the play area, and again, an accessible path from the edge of the play area to the play equipment. Currently, many New Hampshire playgrounds use compressed wood chips to create these pathways. However, using compressed wood chips to create pathways requires routine maintenance to keep the chips compacted. Imagine the disappointment so many New Hampshire families feel when they arrive at a playground for an afternoon of fun, only to find that the chips have been kicked around and loosened to the point that a family member in a wheelchair, using a walker, a cane, or crutches cannot traverse the now uneven path. As a primary caretaker to my mother, who is confined in a wheelchair, I can tell you that trying to include my mother in our family's outdoor activities required a Herculean effort. New Hampshire is better than this. In New Hampshire, we believe in supporting our friends and family with mobility challenges by assuring we provide equal access to all New Hampshire has to offer. This includes a fun-filled day at our public playgrounds. Given New Hampshire's aging population and the number of grandparents who are now primary caregivers to their grandchildren and/or provide daycare for their grandchildren, we cannot ignore a situation that is not working for them. Whether it be pushing a stroller, being in a wheelchair, using a walker, a cane, or crutches, or assisting a child with a mobility challenge, New Hampshire's caregivers need accessible pathways in our public playgrounds made from resilient solid surface materials and not a loose fill or aggregate. It is well past time for New Hampshire to take proactive measures to assure all those with mobility challenge have equal access to every piece of playground equipment every time they arrive at a playground. Please vote no to the Committee of Conference and then vote yes to concur so everyone, young and old, can enjoy equal access to our public playgrounds. Thank you.
Representative Donnelly is recognized to speak against the motion. Representative Donnelly?
She's waving off.
All right. Representative Len Turcott is recognized to speak in support of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's start off making it crystal clear. There is nothing that prevents a town or a city from doing what this bill is asking to do. What we are doing here is trying to maintain a consistent policy in the Municipal and County Government Committee, and I will speak a little bit more on that in a second. The ADA already has significant requirements for playgrounds. In fact, the summary document for playgrounds alone is 40 pages. That's the summary document. This bill would have the state mandate above and beyond what the already expensive ADA requirements contain. Now, I'm sure all of you are going to remember 3 bills that came out of municipal and county government this year that were state mandates thrown down onto towns. Each one failed here in a large bipartisan manner. One was 4 units on a single-family lot, one was rent control, and the other one we actually tabled, talking about 2 accessory dwelling units. We should never support state mandates on municipalities that have the ability to zone, or in this case, increase or add to the ADA requirements. Speaking to that last point, I've already opened up this speech talking about there's nothing that prevents a town from installing materials as this bill would have them do. There's nothing that requires or prevents them from putting that on there now. If a town wants rubber or mats or whatever they want to do, they can do that. We don't need the state telling them to do that. It's our belief that we do not need bureaucrats adding red tape to making these playgrounds more costly than the ADA already requires. A primary concern of one of the sponsors was that a town that they were an occupant in went and built a playground based on a contractor's recommendation. And after completion, they realized it was not perfect, so they would have to do some more work or potentially redo it. Now, my points to this are, 1, caveat emptor. Why did the town elected officials not do their research, either on their own regarding what was required, or on the contractors that sold them on putting in whatever they put in? We only heard that one side of the story, however. The main focus of this proposed bill appears to be we have to require rubber matting because we couldn't or didn't do our homework, so we need the New Hampshire nanny state to mandate beyond the ADA. Again, there's nothing that prevents a town or a city from putting down whatever material they want already without adding a mandate. So in summary, this bill contains excessive bureaucratic overreach that would require regulation that already exceed the comprehensive ADA rules. It creates potentially expensive state-imposed mandates that can already be considered. And we do not need the potential for towns or cities looking at this expensive addition mandated by the state to the point where they decide, well, maybe we don't even build a playground. So for that reason, I would ask that you non-concur so we can have a committee or conference. There is language that has been proposed that would at least inform towns through the RSAs that they should consider alternatives, but it would not mandate those alternatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Bill Boyd is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, through you, to my distinguished colleagues of the New Hampshire General Court, I rise in opposition to the non-concurrence of House Bill 467. I will not be redundant in my testimony to you, as our esteemed colleagues have made the eloquent argument against non-concurrence. What I would say to you in opposition to non-concurrence is this: we are all American citizens. We cherish the pillars of our Declaration of Independence, which is life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. As legislators, we've taken the oath of our office to preserve, protect, and defend our constitutions. We cherish our right to self-govern. If these devotions to the ideals of freedom and democracy are the keys to our civic responsibilities as distinguished members of the General Court, then isn't it the key to our ebullient humanity that include the devotion to the tacit agreement that we will leave our children with something better from which we received? I voted for House Bill 467 because I believed it would be made better and easier for all Granite State children and their families to access playgrounds in the future. Voting against non-concurrence will permit all playground participants to freely congregate and recreate in these accessible areas. I sincerely ask that you vote against non-concurrence so that another vote may be made. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative DeSimone is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. I am the grandmother who has gone to the playground with my grandchildren using a cane and found it very difficult to traverse. I am the grandmother who looks forward to a better future for my grandchildren and for any child who would love to go and play with their friends and their peers and be able to get into the playground to have that fun. It's an important rite of passage. I look forward to a better future, and to vote any other way on this bill does not provide a better future for the kids and the grandparents and the parents who use canes, wheelchairs, or any other apparatus to get in and to get out of a playground. Nothing is worse than to see a child in a wheelchair sitting at the edge of a playground because they can't make it to the swing that's specifically made for them to use. I pray that you make the right decision when you vote. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Borders is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to reiterate everything my previous colleagues prior to me said, but this is an You can't hear? Oh, sorry. I don't want to repeat what my fellow colleagues said before me, but this is a common sense measure. If you have two children and one's handicapped, you have to leave your handicapped child at the entrance of the playground because they can't go play with the other child. It's just common sense to pass this bill, and I appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Priest is recognized to speak against the motion. Representative Priest, great tie.
Thank you. Oh. You got the memo, Mr. Speaker. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to speak in opposition to the motion for a committee of conference for HB 467. Children with disabilities aren't someone else's problem. They are our children, our grandchildren, our nieces and nephews. They're the children of our next door neighbors. We are responsible for their care. In fact, in 2021, there were over 12,000 children in New Hampshire with some forms of physical disabilities. These children and their caretakers constantly face barriers in enjoying their fundamental human rights and inclusion in our communities. Children with disabilities are overlooked, their capacities are underestimated, and their needs are given a low priority. When this bill was presented at the Municipal and County Government Committee, the committee members heard testimony that there were many obstacles for disabled people, and their obstacles are found in all of our communities. They are reflected in policies, regulations created by governments. Some of the obstacles are physical, for example, barriers to public buildings, transportation, and recreational facilities. This bipartisan bill seeks to amend RSA 155 by adding a new section requiring any playground in use on or after January 2024 have
accessible pathways made of compositive surfacing and similar solid surface material. This bill would complement the Federal Americans with Disabilities Act. Improving accessibility will make playgrounds and parks more inclusive and welcoming to all children and their caretakers, especially those with disabilities. In addition, adding pathways made of these materials will relieve towns of the need to replace less accessible materials periodically and save money over time. In the municipal committee, as well as this House here, we both voted to approve HB 467. The changes that our friends on the other side of the wall has only improved the bill. If my fellow representatives believe, as I do, that New Hampshire State Constitutional Article 1, that all men are born equally, and this includes those children with disabilities and their caretakers, then we will do the right thing and vote down this motion of Committee of Conference and press the red button so another motion to concur with this bill can be made. Thank you very much.
Representative Power is recognized to speak in support of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I ask you to support the motion on House Bill 467 to non-concur so that the bill can go to a committee of conference. To be clear, this is not about accessibility. It's about an unfunded mandate. The part of the Senate amendment that changed the description of the material mandated for playground pathways is highly problematic for a number of reasons. First, the term resilient in reference to a solid surface material is improperly used, which creates confusion. Resiliency indicates the ability of a material to absorb a fall and reduce severity of injury, specifically a head injury. A resilient material is one that meets impact attenuation industry standards. Typically, this applies to materials used under playground equipment, not on pathways. To be clear, material standards for accessible pathways are established to evaluate firmness and stability of the material, not its resiliency. So this wording is clearly a problem. Second, solid surface material that is not a loose fill or aggregate is of further concern. This language outright prohibits the use of other acceptable surfacing materials that are both ADA compliant and meet ASTM 1951 standards. Moreover, this language mandates the use of a single material, and it's an unfunded mandate. Notably, material experts that I spoke with agree that the only resilient solid surface material that is not a loose fill or an aggregate is in fact solid rubber or rubber composite surfacing. So in effect, the Senate amendment complicates the problematic language. Third, this single material specified by this mandate has serious implications, since rubber surfacing has a number of problems and concerns associated with it. Poured-in-place rubber surfacing is extremely expensive to install and maintain. Over time and with exposure to the elements, cracks can form on the surface, allowing moisture to penetrate to the subsurface below. Once a crack has formed, it slowly worsens through seasonal freezing and thawing cycles, combined with the effects of erosion and oftentimes aggravated by vandalism. Eventually, the surface is undermined to the point that a portion of it implodes, requiring a very expensive repair by a qualified technician. Then there is the prohibitive cost factor associated with the installation of rubber surfacing. For example, for 200 square feet of solid rubber surfacing, the cost of materials and labor is $25 per square foot, or $50,000 total, compared to $3.75 per square foot, or $7,500 for engineered wood fiber, which is ADA and ASTM 1951 standard compliant material. Rubber surfacing is nearly 7 times more expensive compared to an acceptable alternate material. Such an extreme cost difference for the mandated rubber surfacing would unnecessarily drive up the cost of new playgrounds, causing projects to be scaled back or even tabled because they are simply too expensive to build. Ironically, rather than providing more accessible playgrounds, this amendment will most likely end up having the opposite effect, resulting in fewer new playgrounds. It's also worth noting that rubber surfacing is a petroleum-based, non-renewable, man-made foreign product. Rubber surfacing is not a green product, rubber surfacing is not biodegradable, and it ends up in our landfills. There are also serious health and safety concerns associated with rubber surfacing. Under certain weather conditions, such as long sun exposure or extreme heat situations, it's possible for children to sustain thermal burns from the rubber surfacing. Additionally, there are a number of ongoing safety studies which may result in future federal regulations requiring the removal and replacement of rubber materials on playgrounds. Lastly, by placing into statute an unnecessary, expensive, unfunded mandate for playground design and construction above and beyond what is already required by federal law for accessibility, the amended bill constrains local control in decision-making, which in turn negatively affects local spending and taxation. Therefore, I urge my fellow colleagues to support the motion by voting yes, so that this bill can go to a committee of conference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for a division vote.
Does the member yield for a question?
Yes.
The member yields. You may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for taking my question. Isn't it true that according to our state constitution, unfunded mandates are against the state constitution?
That would be correct.
Question before the House is whether to non-concur request committee of conference on House Bill 467. Okie dokie. Representative Len Surcott requests a roll call. Is that sufficient? Yep, it is. This will be a roll call vote. Question is whether to non-concur request committee of conference on House Bill 467. Representative Grossman is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this is a civil rights issue about freedom and access for all Granite Staters to enjoy our public playgrounds regardless of age or mobility issues, if I know that this is already federal law under the Americans with Disabilities Standards for Accessible Design, has bipartisan support, and support from the New Hampshire Municipal Association. And if I believe the deeply personal testimony that spanned all ages, political parties, and included a wide array of mobility abilities that would benefit from this legislation, then I invite you to support the bipartisan legislation and press the red button to ensure that all Granite Staters have the freedom to access our public playgrounds with their loved ones, and so another motion can be made. Thank you.
Representative Powers recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that a prescriptive law for playground pathways mandating the use of a single expensive material with known negative characteristics and prohibiting the use of other ADA-compliant materials fails to make more playgrounds more accessible, and if I know that the bill as amended is imprudent and unfunded, overreaching state mandate that strips away local control and will unnecessarily drive up the cost of any future playground projects, resulting in fewer, not more, accessible playgrounds across the Granite State. And if I know that towns can already install solid surface material if they want to, there's absolutely nothing stopping them, would I now vote yes to support the motion to non-concur and request a committee of conference by pushing the green button so that the bill language can be properly addressed in a committee of conference? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to non-concur request a committee of conference on House Bill 467, and this is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Perez. Representative Perez. This doesn't tell. Thank you. Representative Rich. Thank you.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 161 in the affirmative, 199 in the negative. The motion fails. For what reason does a member rise?
I rise to make a motion to concur.
Representative Kutzab moves that the House concur. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk for further Senate messages.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate concurs with the House in the passage of the following entitled bill with amendment, the passage of which amendment the Senate asks the concurrence of the House. House Bill 281, relative to least cost integrated resource plans of utilities, municipal hosts for purposes of limited electrical energy producers, the cost of compliance with disclosure of electric renewable portfolio standards, repealing the Energy Efficiency and Sustainable Energy Board, and procedures for energy facility siting by the Site Evaluation Committee.
Representative Vos moves that the House concur. Representative McGee is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. I rise today to ask for your support in opposing the motion to concur on HB 281. This bill started out as a bad bill, and it ended up worse. It deletes the state's consumer protection statute that requires utilities to provide a least cost integrated resource plan to our regulators every 5 years. These plans help make sure the utilities do not saddle ratepayers with stranded costs on their electric bills. This statute requires, quote, an assessment of short and long-term environmental, economic, and energy price and supply impacts on the state, end quote. And a number of other requirements, but I'm not going to go into them here. If we no longer require the big picture energy analysis that New Hampshire currently has in law, how do we keep the utilities accountable for how they spend our money? Least cost energy planning is in statute for a reason. We agreed to update some language, but then this bill came along to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and that will lead to Granite Staters in the future asking us, how did we get here? So there was opposition to HB 281 before it went over to the other side of the wall. Once there, it was morphed into a Frankenstein. It is now 5 bills attempting to pass the House as one. Most of these bills had distinct opposition. One was a good bill that was taken hostage to sweeten the idea of passage. We lose more than we gain, so I ask you to understand that fact as legislators. Over and over, those of us who were closely looking at this Frankenstein came to the same conclusion. Just because they can do it doesn't mean we should let them. 2 of the bills that are being included in HB 281, our monster bill, were retained in committee, so they have not been before the House. They were pulled out of retained status and incorporated into this Frankenstein. So they skipped the hard part of the lawmaking and just decided to cut to pressing us for our votes. The last piece of this Frankenstein monster is the last bill from ST&E that you voted down already today. So I guess it's a second bite at the apple. We were told that its purpose was transparency, but as amended, it's actually worse. It has the Department of Energy now calculating the average renewable portfolio standard charge on an average bill, and then they make the utilities print that number on every bill at the end of the year for the entire year. And the charge will either be more than what you actually paid or less than what you actually paid, but it will not be what you actually paid. So the law on transparency should not make your bill clear as mud. If you agree that this is no way to pass laws, then I ask you to understand also that a committee of conference cannot fix what is wrong with this bill, or bills. HB 281 is a Frankenstein. Please push the red button to vote against concurrence so that a more villager-friendly motion can be made, and a requested division vote.
Representative Vos is recognized to speak in support of the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this morning, I spoke about House Bill 139 and how its original contents were so attractive to the colleagues of ours on the other side of the wall that they put it in another bill. Well, this is the bill they put it into, House Bill 281. And that language expands a program called Municipal Host Net Metering. This is a program that allows municipalities to build renewable energy systems. But right now, it restricts those systems to the municipality itself. It can't go outside the boundaries of the municipality. The language that the Senate that the body on the other side of the wall put into this bill removes those municipal boundaries. This will allow municipalities to band together and build renewable energy systems of 3 to 5 megawatts if they so choose. Now, why is that important? Yesterday, the mayor of Nashua and the mayor of Keene wrote an op-ed saying that expanding municipal host net metering is a big win for New Hampshire. They advocated for the passage of House Bill 281. Many other environmental advocates have also advocated for the passage of House Bill 281 because of municipal host net metering. But our colleagues on the other side of the wall made this bill even more important to pass. One of the most important new features of this bill is a reform of the operations of the Site Evaluation Committee. What the amendment from the other side of the wall does is it asserts the authority of individual state agencies in the permitting process. It makes the Department of Energy the monitor and enforcer of certificate requirements concerning the construction of energy projects. And it gives to the department the power to levy fines and take other enforcement actions. It allows the department to adopt rules in furtherance of its monitoring and enforcement responsibilities. It requires that all orders granting or denying a site certificate summarize public reactions to the project. And it clarifies the department's authority to fund its site evaluation actions. Now, this is important legislation. Right now, we have a dysfunctional site evaluation committee, and we've got new energy projects that are coming down the pike that are going to have to go before the site evaluation committee. And without reforms like this, those projects will get bogged down in a process that could delay them for years. And delay means increased costs. Now, in addition to these major changes that HB 281 makes, it retains the original language of the bill, which was to eliminate something called the Least Cost Integrated Resource Planning Statute. Now, back in the days when utilities owned their own generation plants, this was an important part of the planning process. You wouldn't want to misjudge what your future electricity needs were going to be and build a bigger power plant than you need, or conversely, not build enough of a power plant to supply that need. So resource planning was important back when the utilities owned generation. But they don't anymore. We fully divested the ownership of generation from the utilities as of 2018. So this statute is no longer necessary. It doesn't do what some people think it does. It doesn't allow proposals to modernize the grid. It doesn't require the utilities to go out and buy power from the cheapest source available. None of that is part of resource planning. What resource planning does do is it costs a lot of money for the utilities to write these plans, and they pass those costs along to us. And it costs a lot of money for the PUC and the Department of Energy to review those plans, which ends up costing taxpayer money. So this obsolete statute has been removed according to the Senate amendment. Pardon my forgetfulness in saying Senate when I mean the people on the other side of the wall. In addition to removing the least cost integrated resource planning statute, which reduces the size of administrative government, this bill also replaces the Energy Efficiency and Sustainable Energy Board with a smaller and more streamlined process within the Department of Energy, which further reduces the size and the cost of government. So House Bill 281 is a winner, as amended by our friends on the other side of the wall, is a winner on 5 counts. And I urge you to vote to concur with my motion to concur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the member yield for a question?
Yes.
Representative Harrington, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, member, for taking my question. Just would you agree that the way the electric utility rates are actually set is by going out for competitive bid every 6 months, and that's how the default service rates are actually set, and least cost planning has no effect on that whatsoever?
Yes, that is correct. Least cost integrated resource planning has no effect on what we pay for our electricity on a day-to-day basis. I also forgot to mention that the Senate also put into this bill House Bill 251, which we actually rejected a little while ago. But the fact remains that statute still contains a requirement that the Department of Energy lists the cost of compliance with the renewable portfolio standard on your electric bill every year. All this bill, HB 251, did was add an estimated yearly dollar figure to the bill for additional transparency. So that is another reason that this bill is worthy of concurrence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to concur with the Senate on House Bill 281. Representative McGee has requested a division vote. Members, please take your seats. The question is whether to concur with the Senate on House Bill 281. Representative Corman is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that even though the utilities don't generate electricity, they still have to build resources because, after all, it does have to get to your house one way or another. And if I know that the underlying bill, HB 281, allows the utilities to build resources at more than the least cost, which would leave ratepayers on the hook for the excess costs. And if I know that the other body tacked on 4 other House bills onto this one, and 2 of these tacked on bills were retained in committee so that they have not been discussed in the House as a body, and if I know that despite that we've heard that some mayors are supporting this bill, and actually some environmental groups are, the bad parts of this bill outweigh the good, and in fact, there are environmental groups that recognize that and are against this bill. Then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the red button and vote against concurring with the amendments that turned this into a Frankenstein bill?
Representative Vos is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill, House Bill 281, includes an important expansion of municipal host net metering that is wanted by the mayor of Nashua, the mayor of Keene, and many other renewable energy advocates without our state. If I know, for example, that those mayors said recently, and I quote, The evidence is clear that HB 281 will do far more good than harm for our state's environment and economy. Let's take this opportunity to expand energy independence for New Hampshire cities and towns while offsetting hundreds of millions of pounds of carbon pollution every year for decades to come. And Mr. Speaker, if I also know that this bill contains other important reforms to the Site Evaluation Committee, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill reduces costs and administrative overhead for our utilities and reduces administrative burden for our regulatory bodies, when I now press the green button to vote to concur on this bill. Thank you.
The question is whether to concur with the Senate on House Bill 281. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 176 in the affirmative, 180 in the negative. The motion fails. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move non-concur and request a committee of conference.
Representative Vos moves that the House non-concur and request a committee of conference. Thought I started. Okay. You ready for the what?
Said division.
Who did?
Representative Weber.
I'm sorry. Representative Weber requests a division vote. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. The question is whether to non-concur and request a committee of conference on House Bill 281. Representative McGee is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you. If I know that this bill has more bad in it than good, and if I know that the good in the bill was put there expressly to split us on whether or not we should let this bill go through for the good that it would do, in order to get aspects of the law that we would not normally vote in favor of into law without due consideration and without even coming before this body for consideration, then would I now please press the red button and again not let this go through on committee of conference, because as we all know, the committee of conference process means that whoever controls who's on the committee of conference ends up with the outcome that they would like. Thank you.
Representative Vos is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that cities and towns all across New Hampshire would like the opportunity to use the municipal host net metering program to lower their energy costs, and if I also know that there is not a bill in existence that couldn't be improved with further negotiation, would I press the green button to support this motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is whether to non-concur, request a committee conference on House Bill 281. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. And I voted. For what reason does a member rise? I'm sorry? Let's step up.
Hold on, make a motion.
The House Bill 281 Committee of Conference, on behalf of the House, the Chair appoints Representatives Vos, Doug Thomas, Harrington, and McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to reprint the debates on HB 467 in the Permanent Journal.
On which bill?
467.
Without objection, the debate on House Bill 467 will be placed in the Permanent Journal. The Chair recognizes. The Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled Bill Senate from the House, Senate Bill 70, relative to the establishment of an election information portal and relative to the purchase of election equipment, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senators Gray, Murphy, and Perkins-Quokka.
Representative Berry moves that we accede. Representative Berry moves that we accede. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion's adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled Bill Senate from the House, Senate Bill 157, relative to election audits, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee of conference Senators Gray, Bertzel, and Soucy.
Representative Berry moves that we accede. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled Bill Senate from the House, Senate Bill 61, relative to surface water setbacks for landfills, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committees of conference Senators Avard, Pearl, and Waters.
Representative Aaron moves that we accede to the request. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled Bill Senate from the House, Senate Bill 147, relative to the Board of Dental Examiners, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee of conference Senators Innes, Carson, and Perkins-Quokka.
Representative Carol McGuire moves that the House accede to the request. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled Bill, Senate from the House, Senate Bill 203, relative to the Board of Manufactured Housing, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senators Abbas, Bradley, and Perkins-Quokka.
Representative Carol McGuire refuses to accede and is recognized to speak to her motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, as it came to us, was the complete restructuring of the Board of Manufactured Housing. This is not a regulatory board. It's a quasi-judicial board to hear complaints from members of manufactured housing communities. We heard a great deal of opposition from the members of these communities against this restructuring. They were violently opposed. In fact, the House position is that this board, which has taken no action since at least 2019, is no longer necessary, and therefore it was deleted in House Bill 2. So the committee decided there was no need to restructure a board, that we didn't see any need to continue, and therefore we just amended the bill to say, let's keep their history on the website for a few years, and in case some other organization wants to take up settling these problems. So when the Senate asked for a committee of conference, no one on the committee could think of any reasonable compromise between our position and theirs. And since they don't want our position and we don't want their position, we should just let this bill quietly die. Thank you.
The question is on the motion to refuse to accede. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled Bill, Senate from the House, Senate Bill 207, relative to mental health critical incident intervention and management, and relative to mental health practice, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee of conference Senators Pearl, Gendro, and Perkins-Quokka.
Representative McGuire moves that we accede to the Senate request. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled Bill, Senate from the House, Senate Bill 14, relative to the use of game cameras and relative to penalties for controlled drug violations, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee of conference Senators Avard, Pearl, and Waters.
Representatives Spillane and Roy move that the House accede to the Senate request. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled Bill, Senate from the House of Representatives, Senate Bill 15, relative to the use of tree stands and observation blinds, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committees of conference Senators Avard, Pearl, and Waters.
Representatives Spillane and Roy move that the House accede. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. Representatives Spillane, Goley, Tudor, and Carol Brown are appointed to the committee of conference. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following title bill sent from the House. Senate Bill 47, establishing a commission to study barriers to increase density of residential development in New Hampshire, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senators Gray, Murphy, and Perkins-Quokka.
Representative Len Turcott moves that the House accede. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Representatives Len Turcott, Power, Lascelles, and Majori are appointed to the Committee of Conference. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following title bill sent from the House. Senate Bill 78, relative to the subdivision regulations on the completion of improvements, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senators Gray, Innes, and Soucy.
Representative Len Turcott moves that the House accede. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. On behalf of the House, the chair appoints Representatives Len Turcott, Power, Infantine, and Stavis to the Committee of Conference. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following title bill sent from the House. SB 88, relative to the annual dues paid by towns and cities to town officers' associations, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senators Gray, Birdsall, and Perkins-Quokka.
Representative Len Turcott moves that the House accede to the request. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. On behalf of the House, the chair appoints Representatives Len Turcott, Power, Yokella, and Maggiore to the Committee of Conference. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Senate refuses to concur with the House in the adoption of the amendment to the following entitled bills sent from the House. Senate Bill 166, relative to electric grid modernization, and requests a committee of conference. The President, on the part of the Senate, has appointed as members of said committee Senators Avar, Birdsall, and Waters.
Representative Vos moves that the House accedes to the request. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. On behalf of the House, the chair appoints Representatives Vos, Doug Thomas, Harrington, and Corman to the Committee of Conference. And the chair recognizes the clerk. Either way. So bear with me for a minute here. I made a mistake. I should have been reading the names of the House conferees all along, and I did not. So this will be quick. On Senate Bill 70, on behalf of the House, the chair appoints Representatives Berry, Lane, Brennan, and Quayle to the Committee of Conference. Also the Committee on Election Law. Senate Bill 157, on behalf of the House, the chair appoints Representatives Berry, Lane, Muirhead, and Bohm. Senate Bill 61, on behalf of the House, the chair appoints Representatives Aaron, Bixby, Megan Murray, and Davis. Senate Bill 147, on behalf of the House, the chair appoints Representatives Carol McGuire, Schuett, Juliette Smith, and True. Senate Bill 207, on behalf of the House, the chair appoints Representatives Goley, Groda, Sirois, and Simon. Did I get that right? And Senate Bill 14. On behalf of the House, the chair appoints Representatives Spillane, Goley, Roy, and Harriet Gathright. Thank you for your patience. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in years past, there has been a link on the front page of the General Court website which lists the Committee of Conference and information about them. Do we know if that link is going to be reinstated? Because as of right now, it has not.
I'll let the clerk answer. Or not. The answer is yes, it will be live at some point. Yeah, the clerk makes the valid point that until this very day, we didn't know what all the committees of conference were going to be so far, so they have to do all that work. The chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for a motion to adjourn from the early session.
Thank you. Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, and when it adjourns today, to meet at Thursday, June 29th, 2023. Is there a time? 10 a.m. At 10 a.m.
Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it and the motion is adopted.
We have announcements. We have 6 unanimous consents.
We have announcements and unanimous consents. Representative Moffat is recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quick announcement, very quick. Quick update. We've had a great response so far for the Legislative Golf Classic, which will be on Monday, June 26th, Loudon Country Club. The social will be in the afternoon. Everybody is welcome to come to the social. If you are not a golfer, you're welcome to buy a raffle ticket. And if you have any raffle items, please feel free to share. Earlier today, you did hear that there will be apparently a rally that morning at Loudon Country Club with regard to HB 229. That's the Declaration of War measure. The activists are welcome to stick around for the golf putting contest. It's only $5. And finally, by the way, contact me or Representative Maggiore if you have any raffle items or any questions. We still have room for a few more foursomes. And finally, happy birthday to Mr. Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Janvrin is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As all of you in this room know, I suffered a pretty big loss in the last couple weeks. But I wanted to come to the well to express my gratitude for the words of comfort, the messages I've gotten on Facebook, Twitter, email. Today, outside, many of you came to me and offered your condolences. The prayer this morning and the prayer at our last House session told me that I'm in good company, that people in this House share my grief. But I wanted to talk a little bit about what my son was to me. And I'm going to use the words of other people, not my words. In the last 2 weeks, I've been around the town of Seabrook where I live and where my son called his home and where he worked and played. And I went to Staples on Tuesday of this week. And one of my former co-workers came to me to offer his condolences. And he said to me, you know, on Saturday when this all occurred, your son was working at the town's transfer station. And he noticed that I was having difficulty unloading my trailer of trash. And he came over immediately to help me. That was the type of boy that boy was. And during the process of offloading the vehicle, he tore his bumper, his plastic bumper. So my son says, no problem, I'll be right back. Ran to his car, grabbed his Gorilla Tape, and came back. And not only did he just slap that Gorilla Tape on there, he got on his back and slid under the car to make sure it was really affixed well. So that's the type of person my son was. And honestly, the words that you folks gave me comfort and made it so that I could come back here and do my job. It's made the family very, very thankful for everybody in this room, including the folks down the hall, the few folks on the other side of the wall. We had a celebration of life this last Sunday, and many members of this House came. Thank you. I also had commissioners, and the colonel of the Fish and Game came to offer his condolences. Over 400 people from the town of Seabrook, all the employees, the town officials. Thank you all. And thank you to the House, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does the member rise?
I ask that the words of our good friend be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection, so ordered. And while you're all still standing, let's do something we're not great at and be quiet and give them a moment of silence, please. Representative Germana is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my first term in the House. It is a tremendous honor to serve with all of you. We've had some extraordinary accomplishments this session. Recently, we were reminded by the Speaker of the extraordinary example, the historic example we set in getting a bipartisan budget passed. And I think that New Hampshire has led the way in showing the rest of the country that civility and bipartisanship are not dead. At the beginning of every session, together, we pledge allegiance to the flag. We pledge our allegiance to one nation, the same nation. Our country is in for some difficult months ahead, the next 12 to 18 months or so. I'm a historian, and I think of the ancient Chinese saying, "May you live in interesting times." I'll paraphrase President Kennedy when he said, "It's a lot more enjoyable to study interesting times than it is to live through them." I hope that every member of this body, in the spirit of the bipartisanship and civility that we've demonstrated throughout this session, will join me in the coming months in promoting that civility and denouncing unequivocally and publicly all calls from wherever they come from, all candidates who make them regardless of party, for any kind of political violence. Let us continue to show the rest of the nation that that is the New Hampshire way. Thank you.
Representative Mangipudi is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Namaste to all of you. I'm here to share about the International Yoga Day, which is next June 21st. International Yoga Day is celebrated on 21st of June every year to highlight the importance of yoga and its benefit on our mind and body. International Yoga Day is also is a day to celebrate the Indian practice of yoga and to raise awareness about its importance, started by Prime Minister Modi's initiative to pass a resolution at UN in 2015. And it's a coincidence that Prime Minister Modi will be in United States next week, June 21st, and will be addressing the joint session. And this will be the 9th year of International Yoga Day. The word yoga, in 2023, this initiative aims to showcase the transformative power of yoga in fostering global unity and harmonious coexistence, aligning with the theme of yoga for the Vasudeva Kutumbakam for the year, which means a global family. The word yoga is derived from the Sanskrit root yoj, meaning to join, or to yoke, or to unite. As per yogic scriptures, the practice of yoga leads to the union of individual consciousness with that of universal consciousness, indicating a perfect harmony between the mind and the body, man and nature, human being and nature. In essence, it is a non-verbal process, an inner journey to the true center of the soul, which is the source of all happiness and ultimately of union or non-separatedness. The inner journey follows many concurrent paths. The pursuit of personal integrity, moral restraint, physical exercise, and breathing techniques. And I'm just going to focus on breathing technique just for a brief moment. This is called the pranayama, or freedom to breathe. Pranayama in Sanskrit means life force, and ayama means to extend, draw out, restrain, or control. Breathing is a normal part of our life, and we often forget to pay attention to it. When the breath is steady, so is the mind. With breathing, we can help to either calm or excite the entire nervous system. When the breath becomes irregular and unsteady, so is our mental status. The ancient yogis measured a person's lifespan not by years, by the number of his respiration. They believed that everyone is allocated a fixed number of respirations in his or her lifetime. Breath is life, life is breath. Keep breathing and let us have freedom to breathe. Breathing is fundamental to human right. And namaste.
Representative Schuett is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recognition that yesterday was Flag Day, I'm going to share with you a poem by John J. Daly called A Salute to the Flag. Here's to the red of it. There's not a thread of it, no, not a shred of it, in all the spread of it, from foot to head, but heroes bled for it, precious blood shed for it, bathing it red. Here's to the white of it, thrilled by the sight of it, who knows the right of it, through day and night, womanhood's care of it, made manhood's dare for it, purity's prayer for it, keeps it so white. Here's to the blue of it, heavenly hue of it, star-spangled dew of it, sparkled anew. Diadems gleam for it, states stand supreme for it, liberties beam for it, brightens the blue. Here's to the whole of it, stars, stripes, and pole of it, body and soul of it, oh, and the roll of it, sun shining through, hearts in accord for it, thanking the Lord for it, red, white, and blue. Thank you.
Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purposes of the introduction of bills, enrolled bill amendments, enrolled bill reports, and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion's adopted. The House is in recess until Thursday, June 29th, 2023 at 10 a.m.